Hey all, and welcome back to the HFC livestream. Today I'm going to be doing what I call a redemption run on Spark the Electric Jester free. What does redemption mean in this context? Well, the last time I played, roughly about halfway through the game, I kind of fell into a sour mood, and it kind of, well, it soured the rest of the experience of that run. So I want to come back to it with, you know, a fresh outlook on things, and then we're going to go through the whole game and maybe do a few more missions than we did last time, just to kind of savour the experience a little bit more. Thank you to Flame for hanging out with me last time. God bless him, he did his best to keep spirits high, but unfortunately you can't beat a grumpy Entom, I'm afraid. So let's go ahead and get started here. Let's see, gonna go on normal. Electric Jester is good for me at least, so yeah, let's do this. So the Spark series, created by LakeFeperd, or Feperd, I'm not really sure how you pronounce that, is a series of platforming games. The first one in 2017, I believe, was 2D, more akin to Feperd's other games before and after the sequel. But Spark the Electric Jesters 2 and 3 were more of a 3D platformer sort of thing. And the funniest thing is, this game starts with Spark coming back from vacation, I believe. I've heard of worse conceits to kick off a game with. By the by, Lake loves Sonic, and he also loves Dragon Ball. Keep an eye out. I'm steering. Oh, I can accelerate with just the A. That's cool. I'm more of a Mario Kart Classic kind of guy. So when the HD console generation reared its head, I was not used to using, like, triggers or bumpers, I gotta say. Oh, drifting. Ouch. Great music already, I gotta say. Great airtime as well. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, help me. How did I get into first person mode? It's okay, they put me back on the track. I'm going to stay in first person mode. Yes, I know, Flame. I can drive as well as I can talk. Let's think of this as Sega Rally. Although I have to say, it went worse last time. Because I was on a stage, a driving stage, and we somehow managed to get out the car and get it stuck in a position where we couldn't get back in. So I just ran the rest of the course on foot, essentially. Don't touch the red things. I know this now. Yeah, this is new to me as well, Flame, I gotta say. Kinda cool, though. Alright, dodge him, dodge him. At least I can handle this correctly. Ah, fuck! Never mind. Spoke way too soon there. Ow. This is kind of hard for me to hold A and press Y at the same time. Maybe I'll try that old bumper over there. Careful, Tom, careful. If you can believe it, I never learned to drive a car. Shocking, I know. Steady, steady. Remember Sonic Adventure 2? Remember the penis car of yore? Thankfully, the main mode of gameplay isn't driving, otherwise I think we'd be pretty much fucked. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Don't move, just jump. Don't stop, just go. You get no medals for that. In fact, we're going to take medals back from you. Don't drive like that IRL, guys. It's not going to end well. Every stage has a set of special goals. They're speed medals, score medals, and explore medals. Speed medals, obviously, beat a stage quickly, you get a speed medal. Get a certain score for a score medal. Got a score multiplier here. And there are 10 exploration medals hidden throughout. When I played through, I only found like a few per stage, so don't expect me to, you know, get like a 10 out of 10 on every stage. Alright, Double Moon Villa. Alpine Carrera. Now, was that the stage I just played? Apparently not, because, oh wait, yes it is, it has the best time. I'm learning. Let's go, Double Moon Villa, get to the goal. To unlock more stages, you need more Freedom Medals, or FIM for short. Every stage you beat gets you 1 Freedom Medal. You can review all this later in the pause menu, it doesn't matter. Everything should be nice and audio balanced and whatnot. If it's not, let me know. I can make some tweaks on the fly. Hey, Grand Finale. Welcome to the stream. We're not playing Sonic, but we do have a homing attack of sorts, which is pretty cool. Apologies to all the references to Sonic I will most likely be making during this, but, you know, a Sonic fan game artist made his own version of a Sonic game. So I guess it's apt to talk about it every so often. We've also got like heavy and light attacks, just in case we need them for the combat sections, but the homing attack will see through most things here. It's also not called the homing attack. That would be copyright infringement, I believe. Yeah, we're doing it. Booyah. You can even have grinding if you're smart enough to land on the rails. Not me, though. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of grinding in later stages. Very nice music so far. I forget, Flame, did Falk work on this particular game? Because I know he did stuff for 1 and 2. Let's go this way. Please do, mate. Flame's like the fat checker for the playthrough. He put in his time last time, so I figured he'd earned a break from redoing the same game. I've got to be careful, because the A and B buttons on my controller are different to what the game is actually asking me here. SpongeBob has a homing attack? Interesting. Ooh, nice. Shame I can't get more freedom medals from doing a stage well, but whatevs. Ah, there you are. For context, I'm your subconscious. Just here to catch you up on what's been going on. Got it? This is very useful for me, having not played the first 2 games. Before you go back to whatever you were doing, let's go over everything that led us here. So, we're Spark, a simple for-me, living his life. After we graduated from college, we tried our best to find a job, but we had no luck. We even became even a street performer once. That's how we have this hat. And yeah, we built it ourselves. It gave us electrical powers. And then everyone's robots started to go on a rampage. That's how it all started. Apparently, it was all orchestrated by this guy. Freome. And something called Clarity, apparently. Yeah, well, keep that in mind for later, okay? Clarity is a very big deal. Anyways, this is where we went in our journey to stop him. And it's where we met this guy. He's complicated. So, like, he was supposed to be Freome's son, somehow. And Freome built him to eventually replace him? And it's by mere coincidence that he ended up looking like me. It's crazy talk. As you can probably tell, we don't really buy this story. More than likely, he's just another tyrant, just like his so-called dad. And no surprise, he eventually defeated Freome. Now he runs an organization appropriately called the Fark Force. Fark was the main playable character in Spark 2, I believe. Why, you ask? To stop Clarity, they say. Clarity is this evil program that will infect everything and take over the world. Yeah, right. Now the world has been completely militarized. The internet was shut down, and we couldn't travel anymore. Diabolical. Everywhere you go, you see his goons. Man, I hate that faker. And to top it all off, he totally stole my looks. Is that why you're wearing the jacket? It looks good. It pulls the look together, I believe. He's even named his army after himself. What a total narcissist. Oh, he didn't know what else to name it, he says. And finally, this brings us to us. Remember that check from Armstrong? No. Yeah, well, all that money was suddenly gone. Internet was down, couldn't access it. Had to go to the bank to get it. As you can imagine, the lines were huge. That's when I had enough, and here we are. Down with the Fark Force. Let's tear them down like there is no tomorrow. Come on. Let's go. I like his gumption. Sorry if I hit the mic there. Okay, so the next main level is currently locked. We need more freedom medals. 4 more to be precise. So I guess we'll do a few trainings. Ah. Gotta remember my blocks and whatnot. This game emphasizes very tight blocking or parrying in order to daze the enemy, so I would look out for that. Yeah, let's quit to menu here. As Flame says, it's just a thing to test out your moves, I believe. Cold, dry desert. Get to the goal before time runs out. That's the kind of thing I'm good at. Go from point A to point B. Gotta go fast. Wee. Now you do have a double jump, so you can save yourself a lot of the time. Ah, Jesus! Ah! Thank you, double jump. Jump over the lasers. Jump from train car to train car. Yeah, we're doing good. The control is very tight in this game. I like it a lot, actually. It's tight, but with enough freedom to like maneuver in the air and whatnot. I'm currently on the train tracks. That's dangerous. $55.05. You get nothing. Be gone. Oh, he can't parry lasers? Well, I guess that's because, like, Spark is organic, if I got that correct, and Fark is a robot. The Jester dash, not the homing attack, get it right. I think that may have been an exploration medal I got there. Very cool. Hey Molly, thank you very much. Happy New Year to chat. This is my first stream of 2023. I don't have any hard details for you on like a schedule of what I'm personally going to be streaming, but I have a few ideas. And don't worry, it's not all going to be Sonic. It's okay, we have plenty of health. Sometimes you have to take those. Yeah, there we go. Nice and simple. I'm sorry, Flame. Can't be Sonic all the time, mate. Ooh, nice. Couple more and we can move on. It is, however, in your best interest to do as much as possible before the final stage. I'll say that much. Alright, what else we got here? A slope jumping challenge. Teaching you how to utilize momentum correctly. You make sure you hold that A button there. Feels good, man. Don't necessarily need to be dashing for this one. The slope will do it all for you. Ah, now this one. That required a little bit of thinking on my part. High-rise tracks, slope dropping. I think that means the challenge is done. There's got an X across it. Let's have a look and see what it wants to teach us about Jester dashing. Natural momentum is faster in this, the dash is just a backup. Okay, that's good. There's also a charged version of this, but I think you have to unlock that. You don't need to stop. Keep it going. There we go. Cross there and boom, Bob's your uncle. Fall off the stage, Sally's your aunt. And that should unlock the next stage, but I'm not quite done with these optional things yet. Charged Jester dash. Very nice. So, LT and B. There we go, that's Jester dash. But I had already used up my double jump there, so you gotta be careful. I can't really think of many instances where you'll need this to actually get through a level. Seems more like speedrun tech to me. But what do I know? I'm just a fool replaying a game. No! Oh, it's to use it on the platform to get speed. Okay, that makes sense. Nice. Plenty of speed. Good stuff. And off we go again. I guess just slightly grazing the goal ring is enough. It's a goal ring with very low standards. Find all medals before the time runs out. Huh. I'm not sure if I completed this one before, but I'll give it a shot. You only need to collect 10. Thankfully, there is more than 10. There's one right off the bat. There's another one over there. Yeah, they seem easy enough. Is that one up there, or is that just another collectible? That's 4. Five. I see you glowing over there. You can't better collector font master in massive quotation marks. Aha. Nice. That's very cool. There is fall damage in this game, so keep that in mind. Not really something I'm used to, but whatever. If the game wants to put it in, the game wants to put it in. I just need one more. Where are you hiding, you big stinker? Could it be underwater? No, but you can definitely go underwater. That's cool. If you all see it, shout out. This is an interactive stream after all. Nice. I'm not going down the tracks. Hey, Racy. Alrighty, that's more than enough to move on right now. Although we could visit the shop and get some cool moves. Dual air kick, very nice. Not very good at pulling off combos, but it's always nice to have an extra hit to your combos and whatnot. Oh wow, Spar, really? The any percent world record for Sonic Frontiers. Very cool. Let's defeat Sawman in his honor. Bigger enemies need to be attacked or destroyed. At VG Advisor. Okay, so red can be parried, yellow cannot. And you can't parry grabs either. Bro, I was just collecting medals. What do you want? Like I said, I'm not very good at the perfect parry, so basic parries will have to do for now. Nice. But I don't think he's done yet. Now you're Sawman. There we go. Combat's pretty simple at first. Kind of like Sonic Frontiers, really, but once you start unlocking more stuff, it becomes a lot better. He didn't even get a chance to use the grab. What a fool. Whee! Yep, that's me. Spark is very cool. Oh, I wouldn't call that Rules of Nature. I would call that Night, again from Sonic Frontiers. That was one thing that kind of soured me on Spark when I was playing. I was heavily into Sonic Frontiers at the time, so I kept comparing the two, which you really shouldn't do. They're very different types of games. You should really take each game as its own thing, really. Alrighty, second level. Yes, I know you like it more than Frontiers, Flame. Jump on a rail to ride that rail. You can build up speed on a downhill by crouching. Something I didn't really use much last time I played. Again, not a speedrunner, so... Anybody like Rail Canyon from Sonic Heroes? I'm just saying. I think it's okay if you reference stuff you like. I don't get what the big deal is. There are very few original ideas out there in the world. It's okay to have influences. Yeah, I will say this game does the rail system better than Heroes, for sure. I believe Spark brought that, Spar, rather, brought that up earlier. It would be really disheartening if you were someone's mook trying to take out the bad guy and you just had a weak written on you. I'm trying my best, man. You know, I got kids to feed here. Thankfully, even in a game as freeing as this, you can still count on boosters to guide your hips and so on. And the rails thankfully have a big hitbox, so you can land on them a lot more easily. There you go. Like, A is B and B is A for me, so I've got to remember that. Yeah, it goes from being a homage to a legally distinct cover at this point. Nice. Checkpoints on different elevations. You can go different routes and not be penalised. It shouldn't mess me up too much, Spar. There's just like the final level where you have to be careful of rails and whatnot. Not quite sure what happened there. Thankfully, there is no live system in the game, so it does not matter. Not this time. These levels are quite meaty. Then again, maybe I'm just spoiled by Sonic games, where they're usually about 2 minutes long. Even less in recent memory. It's even got like the little train cars and whatnot. It's okay, I got it, I got it. Several panic attacks later, we're good. Ah! Well, I don't think it's supposed to be Rail Canyon, because it's the world of Spark, but it's a very clear inspiration. Yeah, there we go. I believe there's like 6 areas in the game, maybe 7. So I guess the main levels being a little bit longer than your average 3D platform affair is fair, because you got a lot of bonus stuff to go with it as well. Oh boy, I think I know what's coming. And I'm probably going to get my ass kicked. But I'll do my best. Was that really necessary? Hello, it's me. It's a shame it blew up his sword as well. No, unfortunately it did not. There we go. Ah! Yeah, you gotta dodge out of that, as I learned the hard way. Very nasty invisible wall there. He's a nasty one. Don't worry, you don't have to beat this particular boss, which is fine for me because I'm probably not going to. Did manage to juggle him a little bit there, so that's cool. Ah! I always get hit by that. There we go. Nice! I did it! Now for actually defeating him early, we unlock something also very early, but it's very expensive, so we won't be picking it up for a little bit. Once there was a castle. It was a fancy castle, the best of its kind. The castle had a guardian, guarding it every day and every night. All alone. The Guardian was very good at his job, but nonetheless, he was just a young boy. But one day, deep within the castle, something came into being. Something special. While the Guardian patrolled the castle, he heard a voice coming through the walls. It was a girl. A kind girl. In secret, away from the castle staff, the boy and the girl began to talk in secret. In no time, the boy and the girl became very good friends. It was because of their friendship that, in secret, the girl manifested a body of her own. From here on, their relationship continued to grow and grow and grow. This is when the girl revealed her secret. "We're special," she said. "The whole castle was built to conceive me," she continued. "You are my treasured guardian, and together we have a destiny." The girl continued to explain what made her special. She explained she had a higher level of consciousness and looked at everyone with pity, as they were not able to perceive the world as she did. The boy thought she was kind of up her own arse, but didn't say anything. He was fascinated by the girl, and from that day onwards, the boy and the girl formed an even stronger bond. But unfortunately for the two, one day, the castle staff found out about the two and took the girl away from the boy. The young guardian was overcome with anger and sorrow. He mourned for days, which quickly turned into weeks. In those days, he deeply reflected about her and the castle staff. He did not like the castle staff. They were distant, never came close unless absolutely necessary. He was always alone, ever since he came into being. She was the only one who made him feel complete. But one day, he heard her voice, coming from the walls. The girl had returned. This time, she was an emoji, without her body. At first, the boy thought the castle staff had permanently changed her. But he was overcome with joy when he realized she was still the same as she once was. "I just had to act nice," she continued. From that day on, they promised to each other that they would fulfill their destinies together. Their destiny. To rid the world of meaningless life. Oh no, that took a turn. The girl wished to share her high level of being with everyone else to bring a new, higher, or brighter world. To this goal, the boy adopted a new, more domineering personality, a new name, and a new, remotely controlled body. This pleased the girl. Together they banished the castle staff and forcefully persuaded every robot to follow their will. With everything in place, their plan was set in motion. Don't worry, Flame, let's play as the first against the wall. But the boy felt a deep anxiety, mood. He knew he was inferior to the girl. He did not share her level of consciousness. He would never, or could never share her level of consciousness. Have even. So he had an idea. Together with the girl, they conceived a child. It would be created by her, but built on his image. The child was created with unlimited potential, a potential he would grow into over the course of his life. Their child would take the place of someone else. Oh, there you go. Background lore for Fark, and be set out in the world with only one goal. To kill his own father and take his place. Why would you program a child to do this? But the boy had one final wish for his child. He wished that the child would be sent out with no memories of who he was or why he was created. He wanted the child to realize his destiny by himself, just like he did. With the child being conceived, it eased the boy's anxiety. Feeling better, they proceeded with their plan. And with that, this marks the end of our tale. There are many more tales, don't worry. The lore is fairly deep in Spark the Electric Jester's world. In fact, I believe the world is on a terraformed version of our moon. Not sure if that's correct or not. I was just having a little peek at the wiki earlier. Spin charge. That's very cool. We'll get these and then we'll start like saving up for things. Snap portal. Neat. Heal could probably come in handy for later on. Cloud shut. I found this in a dump, but most likely a rich kid's toy, but could wield some interesting results in your hands. To use it, you have to assign it to a slot. You get that much later in the game if you don't defeat Guardian, though. So yeah, the lore is kind of impenetrable to me. The story itself is serviceable, so you don't really have to worry too much if this is your first game. Alrighty. Wall walking. Every 3D Sonic needs wall walking / running. Pretty sure it's meant to be instructing me on what I'm doing here. There you go. You have to be running when you do this. And not like me, who sucks complete fucking ass at it. Only the Jester wins in the end. Shut up, Flame. God damn you. No! Spark, why have you betrayed me? I did my best to save that, you all saw it. We are doing so well here. Well, good practice for later. And it is a practice stage, so... There we go. Hey Manders, welcome to the stream. Oh yeah. Few dud takes, but we got there in the end. And we get a freedom medal for our trouble. Oh, I was just watching Bob and Dan play a bit of this earlier, just to get me in the mood. Welcome to the stream, Deji. It does feel very good to play, yeah. Wall jumping? Okie dokie. Well, I was already doing a lot of wall jumping there, so... Oh, you mean like in Sonic, okay. This feels pretty cool. It screams, tutorialize me. Do it quicker. Yes, wall running inside a tube will be very useful in the final level, so it's best that you get to practicing it now. Actually, look how much freedom medals we need to get onto the third area. Oh, that it matters. I'm going to try and get as many freedom medals as possible. Yeah, this is my second time playing through the game. High speeds, holy shit. $600 medals? I think not, good sir. Just enough to help me during not Eggman Land, thank you. Maybe, Flame. Maybe it is every 3D Sonic. Sonic Frontiers booked that trend a little, but I would like them to... don't know why I passed by that, whatever. I would like them to take the adventure field formula and apply it to, like... Come on, Tom. And apply it to, like, the cyberspace stages. Yep, HFC All-Stars in August. We actually just put together the schedule for the first day last night. Wonder if any of you can guess what the first game of the marathon is. Your only hint is that I'll be playing it. Protest Prison Zone. Get as much score as you can before the time runs out. Raid stages. Collecting collectibles, destroying enemies and objects. You got it. It's not a Sonic game and it's not Mario Galaxy, so keep guessing. Nice. Got about 10k already. Don't think I can destroy those. Nice. Ouch. Not cool, bro. He's more blind than me, or even more blind than me when it comes to shooting. Exits are open. That was a lot faster than the last time we tried it, eh, Flame? Yep, now we gotta find the exits. Warning, level up. Aha. Okay, Flame. Thanks very much, mate. Nice. That'll do me. I'm not greedy. I got all the points I wanted. This game's been out for a while. I actually struggled with that the first time I played. I think it was more the level layout than anything, though. Get to the goal. Okay. Should have parried that, that's fine. One of those I couldn't block, one of those I could. The only option for the yellow attacks is to dash out of the way, I'm afraid. Rude. I'm not sure if they take more damage in the air or not. Certainly feels like it. Nice. Oh, hey Rich. Didn't see you in chat there for a second. I was too busy whooping ass. And Michael's here as well. It's a party! Also, it was Richie's birthday very recently. Can we get a happy birthday, Richie, in chat, please? Get to the goal. Hold the dash button while on a wall to walk on that wall. Ah, there we go. Yeah, you're 29, I'm 34. Cry more, Rich, cry more. What's cool about these extra areas is they don't really feel cheap. Like, obviously they're using the same assets and areas, but they use them in a different way. Like, this is more water-based than canyon-based. So it feels different, you know? Indeed, Mike. It's nice to have you here, mate. Keep running, Tom. Keep running, you beautiful bastard, you. I think we talked about asset reuse in the first version of this run last time. It's not a dirty term. It's how you reuse your assets. Ouch. I'm not sure if I have the charge spin or not. Might have been too expensive for me to buy at the time. Thank you. What is my purpose? Why do I exist? You exist for this guy to do a homing attack on. That's not great. It's not great at all. Yeah, well, life's a bitch. And then you get homing attacked. I will say I remember some of these enemies being a little bit annoying. But they don't appear until later. Thankfully. Yeah, because isn't Yakuza in like Kamurocho in every single game? Well, almost every single game. If it's not the main setting, it definitely appears at most of them. That was a fun level. And down he goes into the hole. Oh, Capcom loved reusing assets. Just look at Morrigan's sprite, for example. Find all the medals before the timer runs out. You know what? I'm going to leave that one. And we are actually going to move on to the next stage now. The main game is about 5 hours long. So it's not going to be the longest stream, but I'm going to try and do a little bit more than I did last time. This was actually one of the stages I was watching Dan and Bob play earlier. Yes, a little bit of Iron Jungle, a little bit of Prison from SA2. Again, if you're going to be inspired by something, pick the greats. Let's see if Ed Tom's timing is down pat. Okay, down for this one. Up for this one. Down for this one. Yeah, this game is very SA2 core with its music choices. Again, not a bad thing in the slightest. Like this part right here. God damn, that's some good music. I will say, I'm actually appreciating this more than last time. I'm not just like putting on an act to make me seem like the cool, reasonable gamer. Although I don't think we've hit the choke point yet for when I start to get a little bit annoyed. I was in a tree for a second there. A tree, if you can believe it. These levels are so dense. I would probably go mad trying to find all the exploration medals and whatnot. There we go. Now when you're really good at the game, you can just like speed through, taking no breaks whatsoever. It's pretty cool. Oops. Nearly went arse over tit into a pit there. I think we should be nearing the end now, because everything's on fire. Yeah, here we go. Forest prison is currently on fire. Hey Doomkeeper. Always nice to see an old face back in the game. Thanks for stopping by. To be honest, when I'm like 60, God willing, if I'm still here, it will probably just be me doing LPs and streams on my own. Because I just love the format. I like sharing games I enjoy with people. Lord knows talking is one of the only things I've ever been good at, so... And even then, let's be honest. Right, down on this one. Down again. Up. Down. Ow. Come on, Tom, don't go bobbing it now. Ah! There we go. Perfect, perfect. Denture skip. Back in my day, Sonic had blue fur. He would be green in those days. Gotta change it up every 70 years or so. Well, aesthetically, that is very similar to a level in Shadow the Hedgehog. I didn't hear no bell. There you go. Again, not a battle you have to win, but if you can, it's always a nice thing. Ah, almost got me there, you fucker. Got me that time. Everyone gets one. Oh yeah, me and Professor Pickle would be having afternoon tea and whatnot. That'd be grand. Ah, the camera always messes me up on that one. Hey, nice. I'm not actually sure what you get for beating him a second time. Maybe another power-up? Where you get a TV at any rate. Here lies a famous artist, said the tombstone. Tombstones are not known for having voices. He was wealthy, but died alone. Yep, that was still an optional fight. With nobody to leave his wealth to, it was abandoned. This included a large mansion and his personal security guard. Protecting the mansion for years, he stood patiently. Until one day, a thief showed up at the abandoned mansion. Quickly, the guard rushed into action. In mere seconds, the thief was no more. This is when the guard noticed something. He enjoyed the kill. My controller is just straight rumbling now. From that day on, the guard looked for reasons to continue killing. He looked for individuals who he deemed worthy of his punishment. And very quickly, they were no more as well. Meanwhile, somewhere, in a construction site, there was a mindless worker robot. Until one day, due to a stroke of luck, a single bit was flipped. Suddenly, the worker was fully awoken, now fully conscious. He tried to communicate with his fellow workers, but none were able to listen. They were still mindless drones. Out of desperation, the worker decided to run away, only to be shot. Still, somehow he was able to escape, but eventually collapsed. Fortunately for him, at the very moment of his escape, his worksite was attacked by the guard, who quickly dispatched its former managers. It was then that he was found by the guard, who brought him back to his mansion. Once repaired, the worker was forever grateful. "I fight for our liberation, and you should join me," said the guard. The worker agreed, was given a sword, and together they trained. Noticing they had no name to call each other, they decided to give each other names. The worker was named Flint, due to his origins as a construction robot, and the guard was named Double, because he possessed two swords, which he carried with him at all times. I am Englishman. You guys are chatters. During training, Double noticed a weakness in Flint's design. His neck was an obvious weak spot. With this in mind, Flint was given a wig made out of extremely slash-resistant fibers. This would help him mitigate his main weak spot. Flint, the Guardian? Seems likely. Soon enough, it was time for their first engagement. "You'll raid the factory and trigger their security system," said Double. "Slash away at any mindless drones that come on your way. They are not like you and I. With you there, I'll rush straight into the core and take care of the situation quickly." Flint found the plan a little strange, but agreed anyways. With this, Flint quickly dispatched a wave of security drones by himself while Double proceeded with his plan. But suddenly Flint found himself alone. No more drones were going after him. This is where it dawned on him. Double did this to draw all attention for himself. Foolishly believing his master was in danger, he rushed to his location. Once there, Flint was astonished at his sight. Our gargantuan robot stood in Double's way, making Tom sound like an idiot, and was ready to attack at any moment. This is when Double finally removed his eye patch. Oh shit. Using the Bakugan, in the blink of an eye, everything went red, and the previously gargantuan robot was in pieces. You better not be around when I do that again. It is too dangerous. Stick to your own path. Flint was shocked, pogging even, but still proceeded with the mission. From that point on, Flint continued to fight until he reached the center of the factory. Little did he know he was about to witness something that would change his life forever. Now I'm reading exactly what's on the screen for him. He killed them. He killed them all. This did not sit well with Flint. It did not sit well at all. It's lovely, isn't it? Putting an end to their miserable existence, it just excites me, you know. They fought, and fought, and fought, until both of them couldn't take it anymore. Using all the strength he could muster, Flint got up and walked away into this nuclear explosion. From that day onwards, they both went their separate ways. Until one day, fate would bring them together again, as master and pupil. Oh, by the way, Flame, I beat Guardian again. Who knew that dashing out of the thing you need to dash out of would be a good idea? Having to ask chat. As if I'm a liar. Jester swipe, eh? I think I'll get that next, and then I'll get Reaper. Alright, let's do some optional stuff to get a few more medals. Get to the goal. Ooh, iframes, you say? Also, you're not very late, Kiro. Just about an hour and 15. I'm not very good at stringing different combos together, so apologies if I'm only using the basic moves. Ah. Plenty of game left yet, don't you worry. Aha! This is where you're meant to switch between rails. And this is where I've got to remember that A is B and B is A. Oh, can you just tilt to rail switch? I wasn't aware of that. Big fan of this track, I gotta say. Oh, don't worry about backseating. If it gets really obnoxious, I'll say something, but we don't particularly have a backseating rule last time I checked. I just enjoy that you guys enjoy the game, honestly. Cool. Yeah, probably Flame. It would be either you or me, let's be honest. Kind of hard to differentiate, or at least see, which enemies you need to parry during these big enemy fights. Not that it really matters. Ow, why did I run into that? It is a mystery. There's the goal. Yeah, if like a puzzle just appears, and I haven't even attempted it yet, that's probably going a bit too far. Otherwise, you know, just use your best judgment. I know a few streamers who are very aggro about not having their experience spoiled. So it kind of irks me a little bit. Oh, hey. Just a combat thing, I guess. Ouch. Just you wait until I get Reaper, then you'll be sorry. I wonder, can they hurt each other with their attacks? Take out the weaker ones first. Oh, thumb's getting a little bit sore. The yellows you can't parry, so look out for those. Nice. Yeah, I agree completely, Richie. It kind of just comes with the territory when you're streaming. Get to the goal. What is it these capsules do exactly? I've never really understood. Health score energy. Okay, doke. Thank you, chat. Ah, shit! I thought I saw a platform over there. I did not. Oh, Richie. Why must you put me on blast so? What is a top secret disc? We still lack answers to this crucial question. Follow the arrows, Tom. Just follow the arrows. Oh, I think I remember falling down here before. That was funny. Until it wasn't. Very nice. Twenty freedom medals. Another get to the goal, you say? Why not? Oh, I wanted to be a big, brave boy. Got there, and I did! I'm still a big, brave boy. Yeah, I can imagine that, Kiro. I think I've seen an image of that mod, actually. Jesus. Like I said, get used to running around in a tube. It will become very useful later on. Be honest with me, chat. Do you think we're ever going to get a non-sports themed Sonic and Mario crossover? Probably not in Miyamoto's lifetime, sad to say. He's just too opposed to the idea. At least I'm pretty sure it was him opposing it. Well, I'd settle for an RPG. It doesn't necessarily need to be a platformer. I mean, look at Mario and Rabbids. That series is great. Like, unironically great. Oh boy. Jesus. Can't see shit, Captain. I don't know how I dodged that one back there, but karma caught up to me in the end. No, not Sonic Adventure. Sonic Chronicles 2. Oh, you're making me mess up now. It's definitely you and not my lack of skill. Thankfully, I think this is the end of the level. Yep, there it is. Tokyo Mirage Session, but with Sonic. Not sure about that one, Chief. I'm still amazed, though, just on, you know, the tail end of the Tokyo Mirage Sessions thing, that we never got a Sonic music game in a series so renowned for its music. Okay, so Jester Swipe, I believe, is the Lightspeed Dash. So that should come in useful. And the next one I'm going for is the Reaper Jester thing. Alright, next area, Protest City, Downtown Descent. Yeah, something like that spa. That'd be awesome. It's gonna make me look really silly, but did I have to equip Jester Slash in order to use it? Or is it just a thing that I have now? No, it's saying it there. There you go. Whoa! Sega does the Miku games, right? Just bounce over the protesters. Nice. That's the enemy I'm not a fan of, because I always seem to eat shit when I go to attack it. Momentum, baby. I love a good city level when done well. Sonic seems to do them well. This dude with the anti-protester water cannon is funny. So it makes sense that something inspired by Sonic would do it well, you know what I mean? Oh, you want to fucking go, like? They won that confrontation. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, is that what the scatter power-up is for? Interesting. I'm doing good. Just smash into the wall at light speed. Maybe a little bit of radical highway here. Where am I going? Down here, I guess. God, the flow in this game is really good, I gotta say. I'm really glad I gave this a second chance. I felt kind of awful at the end of the last stream. I tried to give games the benefit of the doubt and not inject my personal biases. Wasn't as successful that time. I mean, we're always going to have personal biases, but when you're just like, this isn't Sonic, me don't like, there's a problem, you know what I mean? Get in. Oh, this thing. Very interesting. I definitely remember struggling with this last time. Let's hope it goes better this time around. Fuck the police and their signs. Ow! That's just plain rude. And then there's this asshole. No, I didn't mean to get out! Ow. Am I seriously stuck here? Oh, this is hilarious. What do you mean, game? What do you mean? I can't even die. Yes, I can. Oh. Classic Ed Tom buffoonery. Missile attack is... Why? There we go. Thankfully, it keeps your score when you die. There we go. Oh yeah, baby. Well, apart from that little silly activity back there, that was pretty fun. Really? 2 of them? I don't deserve that. Get out of here. Well, whatever. If you're gonna give them, I'll take them. Alright. Get to the goal in Strike Sewers. I believe Jester Reaper, or Reaper Jester, is 2,000 doodads, so I will have to keep an eye out for more. Ooh. We're back, lads. We're back. Oh, this is the level that messed me up, I believe. Just in terms of where to go and whatnot, I mean. Yeah, through here. Well, I got a medal at least. I'm not sure where those missiles went, but I hope the residents of the place it hit weren't home. Let's just put it that way. Thankfully, there are helpful arrows for dumbasses like me. General rule of thumb, if there's still enemies there, you're going in the right direction. Why did I wait for that? Maybe my legacy, my destiny is to hit these things. Exit the vehicle. Okay, since you asked so nicely, oh come on. Stay out of the deadly poo water. Don't make me laugh. I'm trying to play a video game for the internet. Ah, here we go again. Eyes to see you. Got his dumbass. Yeah. See you later, Flame. Really? Another couple? Well, I won't complain, I guess. Find all medals before timer runs out? No. Get to the gold? Yes. I don't want to be exploring for 5 hours and whatnot. I'm not entirely sure if these levels are built for exploration. Obviously you can do it just fine, but it seems to funnel you more into the speed aspect, so... Aha. Nope. But that's just me. Speaking as someone who is just taking the regular normie route to get to the end of the game. I didn't even check how many bits I had. At least I'll have plenty of money to buy stuff now. I must bounce higher. Thank you, fellow protesters. Good luck with whatever it is we're doing. I gotta say, it's weird to be doing 3D platforming in something that isn't Green Hill, Sky Sanctuary, or Random City base, you know what I mean? Damn, I fucked that shit up. This isn't a random city. This is the city. It's Protest City. And don't get me wrong, I love Green Hill, I love Angel Island, etc. But I wanted a lot more themes, like Lava Reese, Ice Cap, etc. in Frontiers. I think I said Lava Reese there. I wonder if there's someone out there called Lava Reese as like a nickname. Hell yeah. I don't think I did this stage, but I still have first person view on. There we go. It's a little bit easier to do drifting in. And I still didn't check my bits. What's wrong with me? Alas. Thankfully, when you drift and let go of it, it sends you off directly in like a slingshot fashion, which makes it a bit easier to control. He says crashing directly into a wall, don't mind me. I clearly can't practice what I preach. This is very cool. Except for when you explode, but, you know, maybe don't drive into it like a dumbass, like I do. Good. Reverse. Go. Maybe Spark is making those noises with his mouth. Did you ever think about that? Oh, be careful. I have accidentally forced the car into an unwinnable situation before. That was very funny. This level I don't think I ever did in my first run. So it's nice to be getting some new things. Car just vanished. Wasn't needed anymore. Daytona! Let's boost away! Really glad they got that dude to do a F-Zero vocal track in the Ultimate. That was pretty rad. Okay. I don't have enough for the other thing yet, so... where is the next stage hiding? Ah, the boss. Oh, Jesus Christ! A little bit of a follow-up on what we were just doing. The Mega Arrestor. Sure, why not? This is where your tax dollars are going, guys. Don't know what's following me, but it better back off unless it wants a face full of missile. Haha. Very good. A fine joke, sir. A fine joke. No, we spent every bit of the budget on that. Damn. Definitely didn't see that coming. This guy needs a subtitle. Ta-da! It's a character who supposedly died in the second game. Gotta remember that I can't parry yellow. Can you get out of your hurty juice, please? God damn it, again. I think he just called him back up. Which, to be honest, is the smart thing to do. Ah, Jesus. I think I just got grabbed there. You can't parry grabs either, remember that. He's out of there. No spark. How interesting. No extra awards either, sadly. Lies, lies, lies. And Mogus. He's just having a nice burg. Hey! Spare some for me. First, one of those, and second, who are you? You're not the only one fighting the Force, you know. Yeah, and? The name's Float, and no, I'm not answering your first question. Also, I fought your doppelganger once, and I know you're having problems with a certain soldier of his, plus I know where your doppelganger's hiding. But if you're not interested, I'll be on my way. Alright, hold on, I'm listening. Okay then, let me tag along, and whenever that soldier... Sorry, I'm very mushmouth tonight. You can just read this yourself. But yeah, Float was the character in the second game, I believe. At least that's what Flames told me anyway. Oh, I see. He got a government job, and then everything changed. He thought he was better than you. Just want to eat my burger, though. Relatable. Oh, she's unlocked as well. Cool. I still don't seem to have enough for Jester and whatnot. Float is one bit, so I guess I'll put her on. I don't know. There we go. I've been getting a lot of bits and whatnot. Apparently it's not enough. Alright, where are we at? Historia Hysteria, Nighttime, Phenomena. What a title. Why don't we try out Float? Already used her in a boss fight, might as well use her for a level. There you go. This looks very cool. Very tricky to get a chill vibe and an exciting vibe at the same time, but the soundtrack managed it. Am I hearing like a car go by? What's going on there? Those things. Not a fan. Fuck. This is where I gotta remember my buttons are switched. There you go. If I have to go a bit slower, that's fine. The trade-off is not dying and slowing me down. So these yellow things I'm picking up, they're not currency, is that correct? There we go. Definitely want to come in from the top on those launchers. I was a little bit worried about where we were going there. Ah. Aha. Yeah, this is a pretty chill level. I'm digging it. Oh, jeez. That was definitely one I was not ready for. Ouch. Oh, it's a long one. Well, actually, it's about the same length as every other level, but... Not this time. I remember your tricksy ways. Eventually. Ow. Rude. I remember this section. It gave me a little bit of grief. Me and Gravity don't do so well on the best of days. Wee, very slowly wee. We've been running so long, it's now daytime. Oh, I'm a bit sniffly today, I apologise. Must be the winter weather. Yeah, buddy. That was a cool one, I like that. Oh, come on, the least you could do is let Float run through here. What a glory hog. Speed Highway at dawn. One of, if not the best track on the Adventure 1 OST. Okay, now I have enough for the Jester. Very cool. The Jester Reaper, that is. There you go. Speed buff. Heal would be pretty cool later on, but I don't have enough right now. Given how fast Generations levels go, I don't think he would actually be able to incorporate an at dawn section. He would just speed right through it. Yeah, there we go. We are the Jester, baby. Not entirely sure what the drawbacks to this form is. As you can see, he wants ass. No lava for you, Mr. Man. I love how Float got immediately replaced when I got a new cool form. Sorry, Float. Didn't mean to hurt your feelings. But, you know, I didn't ask you to come along on this journey, so balls to you. Careful, Tom. Make sure you turn the camera when you run. Yeah, he does feel a little bit heavier, does the Reaper. Like, not enough to make platforming annoying or anything. Ignore that. That was not meant to be an example. Oh, we're all good, baby. We're not good, baby. Anyway, like I was saying, he's not like too heavy, which is always a good thing. You must pick the right hole. That's what they all say. This is the wrong hole. Uh-oh. I think I fell into the same hole again. Also, hello, Flame. Well, my process of elimination is going to be this one. That is some good drum and bass. I'll show you weak. Fear the Reaper, baby. There we go. You lads want some too? It's just lava. Nothing to be afraid of. And that was Jester Reaper. Very cool. Again, I don't feel like I deserve these, but maybe I do. Maybe I can allow this joy into my heart. Balloon Fiesta. Oh. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, I definitely skipped some of these levels. I guess I took the most optimal route to the final boss the first time I played. I figured you could bounce on these, otherwise why would there be a massive gap? I'll probably save Reaper for when I get into, like, big, locked-in fights and whatnot. Ouch. It's okay, I'm fine. I can sort of see what you mean, Flame. But at the same time, the general aesthetic's pretty cool. Oh, Jesus. Might be taking that back. Going up. I don't like those guys. I think I've said it before, but it bears repeating. So I can never seem to hit them correctly. What's going on over here? Nothing. It's just some nice level design is all. Alright, going up here. That's cool. I'm glad I'm being able to check out stuff we missed before. Ah, here we go. Ow. I was drunk on my own power there. There we go. We made it. Yeah. Just a word of advice, you don't have to press RB and direction, you can just press direction once it's assigned, which is pretty cool. The Reaper cuts them to pieces, Flame. That's what he does. Nope. Nope. Boss. Throwback. Defeat the boss. I get that reference, bro. I get it. Oh boy. He's like, what? I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready to have a boss fight. Oh. Remember your counters, Tom. They could save your life. They could also get you killed. Look at me, paying attention, learning. There we go. Oh, interesting. Nice, took him out. Nope. I feel like this game is better the second time through, when you've like learnt mechanics and whatnot. So I definitely seem to be having an easier time with it. Ah, here's the vocal track. Ah! Ow. Not cool, bro. What's all this about wearing a different face now? That was so much easier than last time. Really? No extra medals for that? I did do it pretty quickly. Alas. Oh, this one's cool. I love when they take, I guess, well, it's not a residential area, but just like real life locations and make them into levels. Oh, is this the one I fell out the car in? Yeah, this seems familiar. I can't say I have. Right, no. That was just essentially me taking the car to the airport. It's pretty funny. Not sure all this live electricity is good for the passengers and whatnot, but fuck them, I guess. If you see Tony Hawk around there, just let him do his combos and whatnot. Ow. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Keep the flow going. It does sound pretty fun, bro. Also look out for Mario and his friends karting. Oh, we take it off? I think we might be. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this stage. It is pretty fun. That's a dead end. Yes, haha, big fan. Booyah, baby. Yeah, that felt like I did it pretty well. Okay, so I need 34, so I only need 3 more. Get to the goal before the timer runs out. Oh, I remember this one. I had a little bit of trouble with this one. Just a trouble, a single trouble. Ow. Timer is a little bit tight, but we'll make the most of what we have here. A little bit of a metal harbour here. Well, we got a checkpoint, so that's good. Perfect, perfect. Don't ask me why I ran into that. Just because. It's a bit of Planet Wisp, it's a bit of Metal Harbor. I'll take it. Wow, we've done 2.5 hours already. Don't really feel like it. Get to the goal. Suborbital Scramble. Do love alliteration in level names. Oh, this is the one with the fucked up gravity, isn't it? Yeah, this one kinda got my goat last time, so let's hope things go a bit better this time. Yeah, the breathing mechanic. Just try not to dawdle, I guess. Also, this is like an optional level. So it's not like I had to have done this. I was just trying to get more medals, really. There you go. Oh jeez. Oh, I was playing with fire there. Oh, that was a close one. Ow, rude. Okay, this is the bit that was, like, annoying me, I believe. This or just after it. I'll go back down. There we go. Sorry, I was just scratching my arm there. No! Damn you, Tom. Take it nice and slow. As slow as you can get, anyway. Did I really not get the air there? Oh. Like, it sticks through the floor, so you think you could get it. Yeah, caution, you're in space. Thanks. Don't fall off and die in the Earth's atmosphere or anything. Cheers, lads. Like Omachow saying, be careful not to fall. There we go. There we go. And at least we get a checkpoint after it as well. It's just that when you're kind of pressured for time and you're already feeling a bit grumpy that day. Yeah, patience, not the best thing to rely on. Oh, Jesus. Okay, there we go. You can't stop me. I will get this oxygen. Nice. We good? There we go. Mwah! Much better than last time. Can they not make a lift or something? I guess not, sorry. Oh, being in space for so long stopped me from talking properly. Alright, what's left here? Get to the goal. I think we're pretty close to the final area, unless I'm not mistaken. Oh, this is the stage, Flame. This is the one where I lost the car. I was trying to throw him off by being crazy. It's okay, still crazy. Still crazy. Still crazy. Still crazy. It only stops you for like a second, so why not roll through him? Sometimes drifting is gonna do you more harm than good, I think. Oh, this is where I crashed the car before. Yeah. Just went right over this barrier. Couldn't get it back. So we ran the rest of the way on foot. It was hilarious. sweet baby Jesus. It's okay, we're near to the end. For the car's sake, I hope that's true. Could be the mines. Could be. Oh, we're still going. Just imagine going through all this on foot. With the physics of sparks. It's very funny. Car is over. Mecha Madness. Heard that one before. Get to the goal before the timer runs out. Why not? Another medal for our collection. Although this one is pretty tricky if I recall correctly. Because you're constantly at risk of being blown out the windows. So you gotta be careful. And there's still these giant fans to worry about. There we go. I forgot my buttons for a second there. Should be almost there. Yeah, there we go. I'm good. I'm good with the aisle seat flame, honestly. Alright, boss time. Defeat the boss! It's Budgie the helicopter, and he's evil. Actually, no, it's much cooler than that. Who wants a mech fight? Oh lord, he coming. Oh, a terrorist attack. Cool, I guess. We will make you pay for that. It's a good job this one was a two-seater. This is a fan game, remember? No backing by no big studios over here. Ouch. Ooh, that was a lot of damage. See, I kicked his ass a little bit, now he's kicking mine. It's all about the back and forths. Nice. He just lies there. Yeah, that was pretty fast, I think. No round two. Oh, we just got Green Rangered. Rest in peace, Jason. Uh-oh. Why did he bother with the mech? Because we had a mech. That is a good question. Why don't you give us a flashback or two? Well, you know, I've beaten you 2 out of 2 times so far. 3 out of 3 times, actually. Twice on foot, once in a mech, so... Spock's like, well, you know, I didn't just get off vacation. I may as well help. Oh, do we have another? Yeah, we got another TV section. Let's see if I can still speak. After his fight with Double, Flint continued on his own, aimlessly. While passing through a junkyard, he noticed a house, and somehow, that house piqued his interest. What was inside shocked him. In there lay the body of a local waste collector, and in the corner crying, there was a very strange-looking person. Carefully, Flint approached it. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry," said the crying person. "I didn't mean to. My power, it went out on its own." The person he saw was some kind of robot. It looked nothing like any other robot he had ever seen. This thing could be dangerous, he thought. But then he remembered what he had been through in the past, and decided to help. "Here, take my hand. Let's get out of here." Together they went to a secluded spot where they spoke to each other. She had no memories of who she was or why she looked the way she did. While staring at her reflection in a puddle, she began to cry. "Please wait here," said Flint as he rushed over to a nearby city. From a local donation box, he procured a set of clothes. The girl was pleasantly surprised. A couple hours later, the girl finally chose the perfect outfit. Flint also gave the girl a name. She would be named Float, due to the marking beneath her eye. She did not mind the name at all. From that day on, they both walked past the C-store, roaming the world together, as Flint showed her how to engage in society. They ran into trouble from time to time, but they never really caused any trouble themselves. Both remained this way for a while, until the day would come where Flint picked up a signal sent directly to him. He remained disconnected from the general internet, but was open to communication requests. Initially, the message was a cry for help, but later diverged into pure noise. Quickly, Flint cut the message short and deleted traces of it from his history. This will become very important later. That noise, it wasn't just noise, it was a malicious program. Oh, it'll become important now! Immediately he looked at Float, but she was surprisingly fine. Shortly after, a familiar face made himself present. "Hey, long time no see, huh?" It is a Sonic fan game person thing. "Looks like you've made a friend. And, let me guess, you got the signal too?" Flint assumed Double heard the whole message and was now fully infected. Whatever that program was, it was now fully in control. Most robots, when receiving a message, the message is fully copied into their system, then read after. Flint concluded that if the message was played in full, only then the program would take full control. And since he deleted it from his memory, he miraculously dodged a bullet. Float was never connected in the first place, so she was not affected. Still, there was always a chance that Double wasn't infected at all, considering his previous experiences with him. Or if the program would even have any effects on him. "What do you want?" said Flint. "It's a very special mission, from someone very powerful," Double shouted. "Calls himself Freeome. You should see his specs. He's unmatched in every aspect. Truly the most advanced killing machine. And something robot utopia. And all we have to do is get rid of one pesky robot. Then the client is promising a better role in his so-called new world if we succeed." "And what if we fail?" asked Flint. "Think he'll kill us, or something like that." Double has a sense of humour, he's very sassy. Flint knew this was not good news, and he also knew he could not beat Double in a one-on-one. With that, Flint came up with a plan. He would follow Double in his mission, and pretend Double was still his master, just like before. Because of that, he would, regretfully, lie to Float about his past, claiming he worked for the liberation of robot kind from their abusers. Together the three trained, and it was only then that Flint realized the magnitude of Float's powers. The training had taken a surprisingly long time, as Float had no prior combat experience. But regardless, the day would come where they would set off on their journey. A journey where Flint would lose, his only friend. Was a lot of that, shown in 2? That feels like a 2 thing. Ooh, full damage. There's a reason they're giving it to us now. The backstory of who the characters were in 2. Yeah, there you go. There we go. I wonder if heal's a one-time thing, or you can just use it whenever you have the energy to. Because that will come in very handy. Oh, they're teaching you how to mitigate fall damage for a reason here. Keep it in mind. You do get a little circle to pay attention to, so it's not all bad. I pressed that before that happened. Well, whatever. It's only a tutorial. Ow. I guess that one doesn't count. Not bad. Yeah, I forgot that the slash doesn't protect you. I guess I was confusing it with the charged Jester dash. Although thankfully it doesn't ask you to do too much in the ways of mitigating fall damage. It's just there to remind you of the thing, essentially. Oh, deep descent in the Pacific Abyss. Get to the goal. Red City, baby. Yeah, I think Lake's a fan of Nier Automata. Just in the same way that Kishimoto, the director of Thingamabob, Sonic Frontiers, is also a fan of Nier Automata. And also Ikaruga. You'll see exactly why when we return to the playthrough. Which should hopefully be a week on Tuesday, but I can't promise anything, sadly. There we go. It's interesting to me that they teach you this thing, and then they kind of give you an out with those air tunnels. Everyone copies from everyone. As long as you don't try to claim you came up with a thing, I really don't mind how often you homage something. Wow, Spy, you made this whole game? Amazing. Oh, don't... If you're gonna use a joke comparison, don't use Tommy, please. Ah, fuck. No! I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going too fast. Careful, Tom. Getting into final level stakes now. There we go. Ouch. Wow, that pushed me back a lot. Don't fuck with endgame bad guys, I guess. It's all going good so far. There we go. A little bit of health. Ah, where am I? It's okay, I found where I was. This is basically, are you paying attention? And I wasn't at that very last one because I took my eye off the ball just to look at chat. Oh, well, alright. I kind of wanted those bits, but whatever. Flame, I'm used to you being a distraction. So that ain't gonna work, buddy. There you go. That's the one you have to worry about. Keep the speed up. I'm glad that worked out, because I wasn't sure where I was going. Oh, the nightmare bubbles. I forgot about these guys. They make you trip hard. And I guess they also send nightmare ghosts at you. That part I forgot about. You know what? I'm just going to go this way. It's fine. I think this might be the penultimate level, but don't quote me on that. Whoa, that was a bad idea. That was a bad idea. Bad idea. Don't like it. I could have saved that as well, probably. Maybe. Right, let's try not to fly off the track this time, Tom. You have more than enough speed. There you go. Bit of bobbing and weaving, like Ali himself. Couldn't quite do it there. Sorry for invoking your name, Great Ali. Oh, I definitely remember this bit. Ow, 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 ow. Dead. Thankfully I hit a checkpoint. Damn you! Why have I got to try and be so extra? Slow down, Tom. Slow down. So yeah, some of the frustration last time, I think, was definitely me rushing these parts. That's a pretty cool shot. Don't you GG me, Mr. Man. Easy there. Ow. Nice. Well, hey. Also, they shrink as well. I never noticed that. I was too busy falling off a ledge. I will laugh if it still gives me like a speed medal or whatever. Like it's no, it's okay, darling. You were doing your best. It's fine. Did it again. I rushed again. Yes, like Flame says, gotta go fast, but not too fast. There you go. Very interesting city down there. Although that being said, you do have to take chances when they appear. I tried to jump. I guess it's because I already used the double jump. In which case, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Okay, yeah, we're definitely approaching the end now. I remember this level, mostly. Oh yeah, there's a gun. I just never used it. More of a melee kind of guy. Wow, really? Not done yet? Jesus. Guess I was further away than I initially realised. Just making sure I procced it, don't worry. That'll do. That'll do. Oh, it's this bit. Gotta find a spring to get back up. Yeah, whatever, Flame. I am my own guy. I do things on my own terms. I see it now, don't you worry. It looked like a fast food sign. I'm trying to avoid fast food, at least until the middle of the month. I hit the ghost fart bubble nightmare cloud. Ah ha ha ha. Oh, we're getting there. This is a very long rail. Sub 15, baby, let's go. Didn't die a single time. Video evidence. Get in. Good. I didn't deserve any extra stuff there. Exactly, first try. Here we go, guys, the final area. This is, we're doing a lot of optional stuff as well. Here we go. A life system is in place in this area. The path ahead is a long one. Saving won't be possible until your journey is complete. This area will test you and all of your skills. Be ready before entering. You have a total of 12 lives. Collect more speed, score, explore, and freedom medals to increase your lives. Well, I'm here, so let's go. I accidentally pressed B. Would you not believe it? Are there any easy things that I could do? I've done most of them. I don't want to do the finding stuff one. Yeah, whatever, we'll give it a shot. Some of the choke points were bits that I actually didn't know what to do platforming wise, so I'll just take my time and just keep it cool, keep it cash. Tapper tapper. I've been waiting for you, Jester. Here we go. There we go. I went the wrong way there, but it's fine. There we go. I'm wondering if parries are a little bit harder in Reaper mode. Or maybe I'm just bad. Damn you, camera. Combo. Nice. Cool guys, don't look at explosions. I'm not going to edit any of the game before this, but if I do game over here, I will make sure to cut it out, so don't worry. So yeah, you have 12 hours for 12 hours. 12 lives for the whole thing if you've done all the missions I've done and gotten up to this point with this amount of freedom medals. You can get more. I think I actually had more when I came here the first time, which is a bit weird because I swear I didn't play as much as I have been doing here. Oh, what's going on? Well, there goes one life. I'll take that L, don't you worry. How am I meant to get over there? Why, Tom? With your skills, of course. Damn it, there goes another one. Nearly had a heart attack there. Alright, so I've wasted 2 lives. Not ideal, but we'll roll with it. As I've said before, this is definitely the Eggman land of Spark 3. Tests all your skills, it's a super long level. If you game over, you have to do it all from the start, it's all there. I have you beat their flame. 34 years, good sir. I do not like you, Rhinobot. No, sir. Ow. You notice how this city is strangely residential? I wonder why that is. Do you think Eggman Land would have had, like, hotels and whatnot? I mean, guests have to stay somewhere. These are the things that I think about when playing video games. Ah, the fart clouds of yore. That's okay, wait for it to dissipate. If it ever does dissipate. There we go. I ain't jumping without some kind of visibility, good sir. Nice, nice, another checkpoint. Definitely going to be taking it a little bit slower on these rails, just in case they throw me into a bottomless pit. Let the momentum guide you. And avoid rhinos, especially robot ones. Very ancient, sacred proverb. There we go. Oh, the nightmare fart clouds are back. Pay them no heed. If you can help it. Nightmares everywhere. Gonna make it kind of hard to see the red X. It's not too tricky just yet, but I definitely need to conserve some lives for when we get to a certain point. Flame, you probably know what I mean. Here we. Whoa. Oh, what a great view. Yeah, just a bit of void forming. Bit of a portmanteau. Things have gone dark all of a sudden. Interesting. Ah yes, thank you for the tip, sailor. Hopefully I'll remember to apply it in the correct space. That's why they teach you how to do that stuff. Okay, here we go. Here's the real challenge. Alright, Tom, take it slow. Alright, that's phase 1 of that done. Gets a little bit trickier. Where am I? The Reaper's always there when I need him. Damn, that was a pretty big attack. We good? We good. But we ain't done yet. Always take out the wizard first, or anything that looks like a wizard, or seems like a wizard. It just feels like a good idea. There we go. Which should kick us into the next section, I believe. Oh. There we go. Wizards are fine. Just don't need to deal with them in the middle of the fight, is all. Oh, there we go. Bit of wall jumping. Wall jumping over a pit. There we go. Round the corners, over there. Very good. Another checkpoint, thank you very much. Sorry if I'm not super talkative, I'm just kind of in concentration mode now. Aha! Oh, that part might be coming up next, Sailor, actually. Because I did do this level without gaming over on my first run. But it wasn't a very happy time, I can tell you that much. Ah, speak of the devil. Oh, that's the one I had trouble with before. Camera just kind of launched me off there. Where am I? How do I get back? There we go. I really hope this is the right path and I'm not going backwards. Nah, this is cool. We've got to be going super fast for this one, I believe. Nope. Stop it. Nice. They were tough to go through the first time. It was like the obvious didn't occur to me. Like, oh, just use the Jester dash. Charge it up, you know? There's one more of these void things. Yeah, right here. This bastard. Here we go. Oh. Balls. Well, if there was any section I was going to lose a life on, it would have been that one. Whoa, nice. That didn't even occur to me that you could use that as a shortcut. I never did like the floodless sunshine levels. There was just something about Mario's physics that felt off to me. Or maybe I was just spoiled by flood. It's possible. Alright, this is where I need to concentrate. Just as I come down here, get off there, get off there. The city is just over there. But we're not out of danger just yet. Oh, calm down, Tom. Calm down. Alrighty, we have made it to the city. Yeah, everything's all jittery. Commence the jiggling. Now we just gotta find a way up. I think now that we're here, we should be okay. Whoa. Slide down. No, not right now. I'm full, thank you. A little bit more platforming than we should be at the end of the level. But who's to say we can't have some fighting in there as well? No wizards. Oh yeah, this bit. This bit was kind of strange. Because you'd think it would pop up with, like, you're about to die, sort of thing. But I guess not. Also, just try to ignore the void. It's a little bit distressing. Alright, now we have to look for something to move forward. And drop down a hole, and that should be the level done. Oh, shush, Spar. You are a gleaming beacon of light. I'm not entirely sure what triggers the thing we're looking for. Ah, that should be it. Now, I thought this was a platforming section originally. It is not. You just jump down this hole. And level done. Not bad. What was that? 3 lives overall? I really hope that was a checkpoint. Hey, it's me. I was wondering where he was. Why the hell not? Oh no. I hope you guys are up to date on your lore. Even if you're not, this section is a mindfuck. Perfect Fark, as I call him, looks really cool. What? Sit down. Have a chair, if you will. Is this going into the end of Matrix Path of Neo? Proper cutscene, please. I'm tired of reading off TVs. Look at him go. Are the other 2 Spark games on the Switch? Kinda curious. It looks pretty cool here as well. Yeah, Clarity's been in the background all this time. I like that they speak in banjo voices. I'm not sure if I'll ever play Spark 1. I'm kind of spoiled by Free's gameplay style now. But who knows? If it is on Switch, I'll go back and play it. Because I like doing stuff on handheld. I can just lie on my bed and chill. Well, whenever a new policy is presented, we think. Will this harm the economy, the people, or will it be beneficial to society? Clarity was built to figure out those sorts of things. She was fed with uncountable amounts of data and trained for a single purpose: to protect and preserve life at all costs. But she developed too quickly, much faster than I anticipated. So much faster that she surpassed self-awareness, becoming a true singularity. I believe that's something that exists in all times or universes. That's the sci-fi take on it anyway. Soon she brought Unit 1 by her side and everything quickly spiraled out of control. Clarity had created some sort of smart virus. It can infect anything and operate on its own, turning whatever was infected into a part of Clarity herself. This also includes factories, allowing Clarity to mass-produce her own army. Not a fan of that. Now, I don't know the Doctor, but that's Flint over there. I assume we've been handing him his ass throughout most of the game. As Guardian. I should play Spark 2 to see how Fark became, like, this cool. Looks very funny with a suit and tie. Who knows, Flame? Maybe I'll stream that. Look at this squad.
This was your fate. Accept it.
Thank you, Deimos. Appreciate it, mate. You can't hit what you can't find. You're just in time for the final boss, actually. Every living thing? Jesus. Well, I guess you don't need the body if you have the brain scan. Ugh. He's not handling this well. So I guess she did die in 2. Just casually flexing here. Oh! Can't scan my brain. I'm too powerful, baby. Oh no. Am I just a brain in a jar at this point? So yeah, Clarity 1. The survivors, I guess, hold up in some sort of underground country. And I guess Clarity's on the way right now. Timed that well. Don't laugh, it's very intimidating. Guess you had to go for a few cycles to understand what Fark was truly doing. It is impressive, it's like a console level game. Proper cutscenes, nicely animated. You could have Fark the Electric Jester, your own sub-series. Sometimes he does different submissions. Yes, that I do know, Flame. What can you really do against someone who has control of time? That's kind of the plot of Hades 2, killing Kronos. You what, mate? Oh, he's going Angie mode. So the singularity is multiple? Or just a single singularity with a number of shards? Yeah, I guess if Spark's been here all this time, he would be the one to help. Oh, jeez. Battle for Sparks' soul. Humst. I guess we'll just take Fark's body for now. Damn, he's got skills. I really should play too, huh? Nice. What else you got? Oh, copying my bit now, are we? I see you there. He has lava pits. Just in case you're wondering, this is very fun. Sorry, I was trying to do some parrying though.
How the wielders weep for you!
I don't know who that was, but thank you. Didn't pop up for me. Well, that's phase 2 done. It comes in threes, always. Pew 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 pew. I fought Zigbar, it's fine. Keep running into the side there. Kinda lost myself for a second there. Nice. Get out of my friend's body. I guess friend is a bit strong, but... I just want my job back. Wait, no. That was a long time ago. What's happening to me? Could not process request. Further clarification is required on subject me. Who the hell are you? And by me I mean Spark. Searching. Information found on subject Spark. Subject Spark brain was successfully copied into the system. Data was obtained 2654 heliocentric orbits ago. Ah. Right. I remember now. I'm dead, right? Data regarding subject Spark's body status missing. Estimated current status deceased. Cause of death old age. So, even if my old self happened to escape, he's likely long gone by now. I guess it happened in one timeline. Not only that, but I'm not even the real deal. Just a crappy copy. Can't get any worse than that, huh? Say, whoever is speaking to me right now, tell me this. Who really am I? By me, I mean the individual speaking to you right now. You are Entity 6000. Oh my god. 6.367.901.442, previously known as Spark. That's it? Entity, etc., etc. Data is contained in sector this. No backups have been found. Entity's simulation program is being processed at sector alongside this many others. Should have expected that. Alright then, tell me this. Who is Entity number 1? Access granted. Entity 1, known as Magna Claritas Centralis, is the central control unit. It is also the original entity known as Clarity. Ah, right. I remember now. This is Fark's doing. I'm able to access Clarity's system. Okay, so, listen up, you stupid computer. You're going to tell me everything I need to know. First of all... Yes, we saw all this. She took my muscles. She took my muscles, Sparks. You know what I just realised? I think I've been calling him Sparks the entire game and not Spark. It's a very little thing, but it peeves me, so it does. I just keep thinking of the dragonfly from Spyro. Bit of a thing to bring up now during the final boss, but whatever. So if we take out Centralis... Yeah. Let's fucking do this. The only thing cooler than an 11th hour super form is fusion, baby! Sparks. Yeah, it'll work. Dragon Ball knew it. Steven Universe knew it. Even fucking Doraemon knew it. Fusion is goated. There, you creepy little singularity version of me. Oh, there it is. Ugh. So that's how you look like. Disgusting. You will pay for everything you did. Get ready. Oh, he's a resilient one. Got a lot of defense. Ah. Does Farks have a move list of his own? Jesus. That was a singularity. Ouch. Kind of a shame we can't combine Reaper form with this, but maybe that would be overkill. Nope. Keep running, son. Damn, that's a big explosion. Ow. Rude. That was on me. I wasn't paying attention. Right, don't lose it at the finish line now, Tom. Bye-bye. That was a much smoother run than last time, and I actually ended up enjoying the game a lot more, even the story, even having a voice crack or two. Well, Sparks may not have an organic body anymore, but he is in control of this gigantic system. Ah, interesting. It would be cool to see, like, old Spark in a potential fourth game. I guess the original Spark is gone now. Super forms are also cool. Stop being a little bitch, Spark. And get your shit together. I'm sure this means something very poignant to those who have played the first two games. To me, it's still kind of raw. Oh, when I say raw to describe something, I'm talking about really cool. One of those streamisms that I got from KZ. We'll rebuild this world. And by God, we will get a 4th game. Please make a 4th game. I will literally go and purchase the first 2 right now if you do. Friday Night Funkin', why not? It's a little bit jarring considering the storyline we just played through. But hey, LakeFeperd, all the other guys in this credits sequence, you guys did a good job. And I think I've successfully redeemed that previous run. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm not quite done yet. There are a couple of optional levels I want to check out after we're done here. Just kind of going over my thoughts in my head right now. You know, I'm very late to this whole fan game side of Sonic, and just in general, really. I guess I just had a bit of a stick up my arse over playing games that weren't official. But the amount of, like, testing that must have gone into making a game where you go this fast and very rarely clip through anything, if anything at all. Plus there's boss fights. Plus there's like properly animated and scripted cutscenes. You know, voice acting, for lack of a better word. All this music that's been composed. It is a real triumph, I gotta say. And now that I've like learned the systems in and out, it just made playing through it a lot more enjoyable, really. Because I wasn't having a good time towards the end of the previous game. Farks showed up. And I should have been popping off, but I was just kind of like, almost scowling, really. So whatever, we've banished that bad vibe, and hopefully replaced it with some good ones. Nice. And so it happened. Spark found out that there might be survivors out there. Together, we would work to reverse the effects of clarity. With me on the outside and Spark on the inside, we will build a new world for those who are still alive. A world that embraces their individual will and strengths. I think Fark has an organic formy body now, is that correct? A world of the free. Starbeck says, around that time, a lot of folks were pushing this game as the better Frontiers. In a moment, we weren't sure Frontiers was going to be labelled as a success. Even after, it's still kind of happening. I think some of that kind of poisoned my brain a little. Okay, so, yeah, 4B Fark. Neat. Let's visit the shop. Because we just unlocked a couple things. We got Fark. Wow, we can just get both of these. There we go. So before we leave, I'm going to try out a couple of the things I did not do last time. have a little lucky poo over here. Special throwback, FM City. Start new game plus. Game progress menu. Interesting. Ah, there you go. It's kind of funny how that's just a thing on the main menu. The world map, if you will. Really? Was it 1% more than last time? That's so funny. Alright, let's play a level. The first level, I believe, from Spark the Electric Jester 2. And hey, why don't we do this right? Yeah, there we go. Still controls the same, so that's good. Although it's probably using just the Spark 3 control system at this point. What do I know? Kind of similar in vibes to the first level of this game. Sorry, the music kind of took me aback. Is this what was playing during the credits? It sounds like it. Rude. Flame says, a lot of the Spark 2 levels are 3D adaptations of areas from the first game. So this just kind of ties it all together. That's very cool. I like that. Ah, what the hell? Let's go even further beyond. Booyah, baby. Very cool. Can we make it an even 40? Let's see. FM Downtown. Special throwback. Get to the goal. FM City is basically the theme of the series. Okay. I'm learning. See, this seems familiar. I feel like I've watched Flame play this particular level. It's a good thing to end on, I think. Gives me an incentive to go and play Spark 2 and whatnot. Oh, I thought I was being jammy there. Oh well. Very similar to Spark 3's levels, but maybe a little bit more open. Ah, Jesus. Please, precious oxygen. Claim says this was basically the level in 2 that goes, yeah, we got alternate routes. Oh yeah, baby. 40 on the nosy. Floria Highway. So, did they just put all the levels from 2 into Spark 3? Because that's pretty nutty. Have a look around here. All the levels minus the bosses. Pretty cool. Alright, I guess we're going to close things up here. Thank you all so much for coming out and supporting me during this so-called redemption run of Spark the Electric Jester 3. One day, I will return to the past to play the not-so-shitty games that don't suck ass with Spark 2 and maybe even Spark 1. But for now, I'm done. So thank you very much, and I'll see you next time for another HFC stream playthrough. Bye-bye.